Hello, everybody. Hey, Justin. Welcome back. Hey, Jimmy. How's it going? We're back. I don't know what that was. We're back with more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Oh, the game that will never end. We have been streaming this game. So this is the 13th stream of this game. Yeah, that was if Jason was cool. And we are 39 hours, almost 40 hours into Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I had no idea this game would be an over 40-hour game. I had no idea. Was not... excuse me. I was thinking, oh, it's just this little DS game. It'll be 10 hours tops. It's like reading it. I think I said this in Heckvetica's stream. It's like reading a novel. I'm sitting here reading a novel to everybody. But it's been fun. I have been enjoying it. It is outlandish and crazy. It's like almost like a soap opera too. Like I'm reading a soap opera. All right, where were we? We found blood on the top of a cactus. Now we got this new ability to be able to spray for blood, and we're like looking for blood everywhere. We even found it in Edgeworth's office. So there's something going on here. I think a guy was killed in one place and moved to another place. I think that the lunch lady and the cough-up queen, as she calls herself, and the cowboy, Officer Marshall, are in cahoots. I think they have a motive. They do not like prosecutors, and I think it's a setup. It's a trap. But I think what I think is that but see, what I doesn't understand is then why does the chief prosecutor, why did she confess to the crime? That's what I don't understand. And so I guess we'll have to find out as we continue to play Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. But if we wanted to take a break, we could play a game like Track and Field. I saw the title coming across the screen. But it does not have to be Track and Field. It can be any of the games on this arcade list right there. Just channel point redemption it, and I will tell me what you want to play, and I will play it. And if I beat the high score, I'll put your name on the high score list. My pen is ready for Phoenix Wright. My tablet is moved over into position. The pen is mightier than the sword for this game. All right. Here we go. What am I doing? I was going to grab my mouse. Oh my goodness, I have it turned up all the way. That was loud. I was testing stuff earlier and I said, I'll remember to turn this down. And I didn't. Nope. All right, February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office. So we're in Edgeworth's office. Oh, it's the bellboy.
I like that
the gay bellboy is now in.
I like that the jacket is on.
Yeah, the jacket's on the wall, and then look at the flower pot has like the little frilly things like Edgeworth has on his like on his collar. It's also in the planter. Anyway, all right, so the gay bellboy is here as well. Ooh, interesting. Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Oh. Right now I've turned it down too low. Alright. It's you. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. Precisely. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh yes, he brought me some information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. I think the report is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Alright, let's talk to him. What's going on? So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say this so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Ah, the case 2 years ago. See, that's why the lunch lady and the cowboy have it out for him. Are you okay for tomorrow's trial? Well, excuse me, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Yes. Too much Diet Coke. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. See. See, I don't trust him either. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him out of sorts. Well, whoops, not court record. Let's present. Let's present the knife. I know, you've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life, as I recall. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Bad memory? He's talking about the murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Tell me? The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then? He was the best we had, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. Do you? It's not empty, but thank you. He came to retrieve my empty Coke can, but it was not empty. Let's show him this. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? You still working on that scientific investigation? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I used this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about you give how about you giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? All right. Well, let's go. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Yeah. All right, we got that. Oh, thanks, Evil Bud. It is Subiversary. Thanks so much. All right. Did we get any more info on this? No. I don't think there's really anything else we need to present to him. I wanted to look at this. AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? What is this? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth urged you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction. Alright, I think we get out of here and go... Well, let's go to the underground parking lot. There was a handprint on the phone, although I'm pretty sure we know exactly what to do there. Okay. I thought this was going to be like the luminol stuff, but I guess not. All right, well, let's go back to the Apartment. Go to security guard office. He's gone too. Where is everybody? Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in the blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Really can't tell at a glance. Quick procrastinating and choose a finger. I'm thinking this one. The thumb looks like it's at the side, so I'm thinking this one. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh, how do you do that? Just touch the screen. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? You just blow with your breath. Oh no! Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Alright, so we may have to, the emulator, I had to use, I did do a blow before. There was a puzzle in, I think it was, Phantom Hourglass, where I had to blow out a torch. And so, we may have to mess around with that for a little bit. So first, let's spread this. Spread really good. Okay. Now, I'm gonna try it. Let's just see what happens. And that didn't work. All right, hold on just a second. Need to probably configure big microphone setting. Noise. I thought I had like blow, the perfect blow. Love it. Okay. Now how do I don't remember what blow is. I think it's just M. Hotkey config. Yeah, M. Okay, here we go. That doesn't seem to be working. Alright, let's look at this again. It says I can use a connected physical microphone. Let's see what that happens. That didn't work. I don't know how it would know which microphone I have connected though. I don't see where I say this microphone. I didn't know this was gonna have to do this. Oh, there we go! Yay! Ah, you did it! You found one! But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? It means they were wearing gloves. It means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Yeah, what about down there? It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Yeah. Well, like here. Here. Here we go. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Right? Ah, perfect. A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. Though we're not done yet, this is quite the process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess she's right. Okay, look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Oh, it's probably Gumshoe's. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Oh. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time. But there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yeah, where was that? Isn't it over here? Hold on. Can I just use this now? No. I guess I have to spray first. So I gotta spray. Okay. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There. Feel her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. That means no prints. Would you say that probability... Oh, hey, Arcade Bear. You want me to play a game? Let me know what you want me to play. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try and find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Right? Neo Bomberman? Alright. Alright, let me get to a place where I can stop. I am checking for fingerprints. Okay, here we go. There we go. Kind of result won't be any good for matching fingerprints, will it? But it does look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then.
This is gimmicky as fuck.
What are you talking about? I'm sprinkling fingerprint powder, Neil.
Why does it look like flour?
It is. It's actually cocaine.
Sweet.
Perfect.
It would be the most expensive fingerprint powder ever.
Yeah. Okay, who do we think it is? I think it was that guy. That's who I think it was. It is. It totally is.
Wow, it's just like the FBI.
Yeah. Hurry, I'm gonna hack in. Ah, I've almost hacked in. Enhance.
I feel like
Enhance.
I'm watching NCIS.
Yeah, it's just like NCIS.
You have
Hey, these fingerprints,
you have some quirky
Yeah.
girl in another room to do this for you?
Yeah. No, she's right there. Who are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. I knew it. He is suspicious as fuck. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Officer Barbarity.
And I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you pesky kids. Marshall fingerprint added to the court record. That's got to be a that's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Oh yes, he is. Emma. This are decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood, and the fingerprints are in the same place. Ugh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results.
All the blood is from when he cut himself shaving.
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking. I guess it is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. All right. All right, we finally made it to the trial. Holy crap. 4 hours of investigating. All right. The Arcade Bear wants us to play Neo Bomberman in Arcade Mode! think I still have it turned on really loud, so we gotta fix that. I do. I have it turned up to 11. All right, let's see what the high score on Neo Bomberman is. Richard, thank you. Thanks for resubscribing. Neo Bomberman. All right, 17,500 is the score I'm trying to beat. It's going well, Richard.
Ready, go!
All right, here we go. I am not good at this game, so we will see if I can do any better. I just started playing it, so... Trying to beat 17. Woo. Yeah, it lets you kick bombs. I screwed up. I was doing so well too. Well, that was just the game. That was just the first game. All right, here we go. Game 2.
I picked out a Transformers shirt. Cancel. And out of it. It's another one.
Ah. 16 too. Getting close. Beat it. Oh, fuck. 21 to 450. I like how the first move in the second stage and I died. Arcade Bear, Amber. I don't know if we ever had initials for you. Hopefully that was okay. All right, shall we play again? I can do that if you want. All right, let's do it.
Ready, go!
Third game. There we go. 19,000. Still didn't beat it, but it's close. It's close. Would have beat the other score. Alright, I'll play one more. Crap. That may actually, I may get a big bonus though. Oh well. Exactly. I think that's I think that's cheating, but all right. Still got the high score though. 21,450. All right, let me update the high score list real quick. Publish.
Ready, go!
All right, let's get back to some Phoenix Wright. Start up this trial. Let's get this trial going. Well, thanks, Arcade Bear. That was fun. I always enjoy playing the arcade machine. especially some of these games that I haven't really played much before. Kind of, it's stuff to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I know Bomberman is a series, but I'd never really played it. And then I guess you probably haven't seen it as an arcade machine on the Neo Geo. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I stuck a plea bargain. I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murders, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We discovered traces left by a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. You found Officer Marshall's traces? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. I don't understand why she is leading to this. I don't get it. All right, here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach criminal affairs from the prosecutor's office. The victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the bloody body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now, that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. All right. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. He looked so innocent. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Oh my goodness. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it's me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, please help me. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Alright, here goes his testimony. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Oh my goodness. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, we need to get into the details here. He glossed over his report here. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I want to know who assigned him. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not normally performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the head detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Oh. Hey Ash, thank you so much for resubscribing. Yeah, I've been really enjoying this game so far too. It's been really fun. A lot of reading. It's been so long too. I think we're almost at 40 hours of playing this game. It's crazy. I see. Sounds like an important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Alright. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, around my neck. Okay. So then, your ID number should be listed in here, right? Yeah, what number is he then? There it is! I found it! Why does he have a megaphone? This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Aha. Interesting. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Okay. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. I was the only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So what happened? So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it. What did he do, though? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm ready in... I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. What? You took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. How? What? How could he have done that? After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. All right, which officer smacked you awake? I think it was Cowboy Dude. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense. I know. We've said that me and the judge have very similar beards, yes. The difference being I have hair. But yes, thank you. No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke you up, that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. Okay, I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my cell. What? Doctored VCR footage? Come on. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. Oh, don't trust Chief Gant. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Yeah. Wait. Oh, Edgeworth objected. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be the judge. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Okay. Of course. Wait, wait. What a terrible location for a camera, and it pans back and forth. Oh my goodness. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? It's almost as if it was intentionally set in the place where it would obscure the camera. Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? God. Yes, well anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity, Your Honor. Instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Oh, my. Mystery man. Actually, before he starts his testimony, I think what we're going to do is take a quick break. All right, let me set up words on stream real quickie. Real quick like. Whoops. Clicked arcade mode. course, you can't see all this. I'm in studio mode in OBS. All right. We're going to take a quick break, play some words on stream, and I'll be right back. See you in a second. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is either, Neil. Oh, here comes Pass to help us. I still don't know what it is. Yeah, I have no idea. But at least we passed. Barely passed, going to level 2. Well, there was no extra letter. Oh. Cass already got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah. But you got tween, and then I got teen. And you're like, go get bent. She turned me into a newt? I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
That's what I see you as. Some game is the back and sucks all the easy words out of the game.
Yeah. Level 5.
This twee is a word, evidently.
Whee! Oh, I just did that. No, he just... It's like a ranch, but it's raunch. All right. Here we go. Choir. And
Guess I spelled a crew wrong.
It's like just slightly missing letters to do some QU words.
Totally, I guess.
We're not gonna do it. We're gonna end on level 6. That was kind of a hard puzzle, though. All right. Well, thanks, Cass. Thanks, Neil, for letting me take a break. And yeah, we'll get back to some Phoenix Wright.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so far behind.
Yeah, I don't know why either. I have no dropped frames. You gonna go back to playing Breath of the Wild?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. True. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Are we sure? Seems like an administrator could be able to open it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Problem with the security video. Now let's take a look at it. Okay, notice how he has a bandage right there. Okay, he is bandaged. Oh, look, there's a fingerprint on it. There's a fingerprint on... How did he not see? I like how the flag was right in the way. Right, the club is in his left hand. See, I wish I would have checked him out. He has a fingerprint. Where did he go? Where did he go? I mean, you always say there's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Hey, Shanny, how's it going? I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Oh no. Oh, cool. I love escape rooms. I feel like I'm doing an escape room right here. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that dictates the man may not be Detective Goodman? God. I like how the flag is perfectly right in the way. I was gonna see if he's wearing gloves. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be this. Oh no. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. I thought maybe he was Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, huh? Now what do I do? Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. But he's the one pointing his finger. I will now play the security tape. Alright. Yeah, just as the time ran out. Well, you got pretty far. That's good. Here we go again. That's cool. Like, where is he? Hmm. No idea. This thing... The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What are you looking for is one thing and one thing only. something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Whew. I almost walked right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats. I need to slow down the tackle these things one piece at a time. Now, what to do? Alright, let's look at it again. At least it's not counting against me. Here we go. Hey, Senior Pollo. A good man, detective who handled cases. Male, 36. You're exhausted? Was it a tough day at work today? Death to one died. Hour and a half. At 4 p.m. Only 4 hours. Ouch. Where's that knife from? The thing that's strange about this video would have to be this. Hold a second, I need to use my eye drops. That wasn't it. Alright, let's play it again. Nice. Are you wrapped up in your blanket? Do y'all keep it like cold in your apartment or something? Or house? We're trying to figure out something that's strange about this footage. Your Pokemon blanket? Alright. I have Oh, has it been? Why didn't that do... What? Why isn't that... Oh, I wonder if it's because... My streamer doesn't have that. Oh my god. What am I gonna do about that? I will have to think about that. How do I not have the Pokemon? Oh well. Well, so I just created JFriesinator today. And so I'm wondering if you have to have had an account longer in order to get the Pokemon emotes, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to find out what's up with that. I wish I knew if he was like left or right-handed. Yeah, well, like, what happened to him? This whole part makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back to cross-examining. Yes, sir. It's my duty as a police officer to help those lost, sir. Right. Now they think I'm lost. But his face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. Oh. That's it? The real thing's so much more intense than in the movies. Here, you can use the player to watch it as much as you'd like. Security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. Okay, so there is something up with the... There has to be something up with the footage. Look at this. Whoops, I didn't mean to present it. Oh my god. How exactly are the evidence in the statement just now? They aren't, are they? I didn't mean to hit present. Oops, I just lost an exclamation mark. Excuse me. Why you are positive it was him? I mean, he opened the locker, which required... we've gone through all this. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. I mean, there's a fingerprint right there. I thought it would be the knife, because I thought it would be he's using the cowboy's knife. Exactly. But see, he would know. He would know if it was the cowboy, because he knows him. What's on his wrist? Are you talking back here? This just looks like a buckle of the jacket. Blood gushed out fast, didn't it? I still think it's the knife, but and they did a good job of this. What? Death due to loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half. Unless it is, well no, he kind of wears trench coats. Not unusual. I guess so. Yeah, that's not it either. Oh, this is hard, pointing out stuff that's in a video. Yeah, what would be a hint? What's a good hint? Don't really see anything except that he's gone. Like, where did he go? On the evidence locker. Okay, thank you. Each locker is unlocked using a detective's fingerprints. A light indicates open boxes. Ah, okay. So what you're saying is it was probably open before he even got there. Yeah. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If the fingerprint matches the registered data, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. This is the first time they've had video that you've had to look at. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order, order, order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, I must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices shouldn't keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jam the electronic system? Something jam the sensor, say? There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in the footage. Oh my god. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Oh my god. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. What? Oh, it's probably this thing. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yeah, I think it's like a glove. Maybe. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll. Objection. We can't be sure that Sure that item was in the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? At least it's not playing the music. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. Oh. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie... But the objection would have to be extremely thin to... the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. Sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the door? Well, it's got to be that glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was the victim's locker. It was a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order. So, are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Okay. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must have their ID card. Oh, good. I yawned. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Ah, he filled out the form because he was missing his card. ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. See, and he was trying to write his number, but he didn't have his card and he couldn't remember his number. Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Well, he's not you, Meekins. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Okay. There's one other thing that proves this man was Detective Goodman. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Didn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out. The witness can't afford to make any more mistakes. Okay. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. The card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it there, so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out of the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in my car door when I get out? Well, the remaining time my ID card gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID... Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noticed that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all of this. Being a prosecutor, he could need the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with this cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Okay. Alright, so I know. Alright. Alright, let's go to the last one. Let's present his lost item report. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good with waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Cowboy. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yeah? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Huh? That is, well, I guess that's right. So something's wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't good. Well, well. It seems you're finally realized exactly what we've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department on 5/15 on the day of the crime. So, the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. Hey, Mike. At the prosecutor's office, the murder being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Grumble, 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 grumble. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Well, you have to object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Ba-ba-ba. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Hey, Salty! I am to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. It's going okay. It's so long. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify? What is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Hey, Alpha Daddy Pup. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the judge and my beard. His kind of goes out more though. His is much more full and comes to a very nice point at the end. I would really have to like let it go. Oh, thank you, Salty. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court Defendant, Lobby number 2. Aw. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Ah. What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. You can see that this this I am using this pad. It seems you figured everything out. You're making sure all the cameras work? I did. So the cameras are now being run by Mix-It-Up instead of Leorn board. So I did do some change. And we have the J Frizonator right there. It is not. No, it's not the GameCube. No, so yeah, I'll explain it. Oh, so now Beard Cam. Oh, why didn't Beard Cam work? Oh, look at that. You. Oh yeah, there it goes. I was like, why didn't that go? It's because Leorn board was confused. No. I don't know why it didn't go right away. All right, here I will explain it. I will explain what we're doing here. So you really can't. There is really no, unless you have a modded DS, there really is no way of playing a DS game and being able to stream it. So that's the biggest problem. So I do have a soft modded 3DS. And so what you can do is you can take this and in the soft modded 3DS and save I wanted to back it up to my PC. So I backed up the cartridge to my PC. Yeah, it's a soft modded 3DS. So I backed up the cartridge to my PC. And then and then I'm emulating it. And so this is just a pad that we're using to do that. Meaning it's not hardware. That it's not. There's no soldering involved. It's a separate soft mod. Just means there's just software installed on it. Yeah. It's just a little baby Wacom tablet. Yeah. That's all it is. And then we have here. We can go into. So I'm using an emulator on this monitor over here, and then I also have I can do this with the screens too if you like watching it that way. That's what it would look like maybe on a DS. I have that mode in case, like, remember when I was playing yeah, Mix-It-Up's been cool. I haven't done much with it yet, but I like it. Remember there was modes like when I would do a boss in what was it? Spirit Tracks. Yeah, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. Yep. And I needed to go into this mode. Yeah. So that's why I have that mode too. So, but yeah, it's being emulated. But I do have the original cartridge, and it's just so that I can stream it. I could play it if I wanted to, but it would be hard to play on that. Yeah. So yeah, all my DS games are really the only ones I have to emulate at this point. Metroid Head. Yeah, I know. Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. Those were actually the last DS games I played. I haven't played many DS games. I've only played Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and Phoenix Wright so far. But there are a few more coming up, so it'll be interesting to see that. And, you know, and then next time I have a 3DS game, I will definitely stream from the 3DS. Oh, you haven't seen my Metroid head? Yes. It was okay. I was very mad. Oh no, Phantom Hourglass. I liked Phantom Hourglass. Spirit Tracks was the one I did not like. Phantom Hourglass I enjoyed. Yeah, he's like I got this off Etsy, and it has a little clip on the bottom. And I can just clip it to the top. I can clip it to the top. Spirit. Spirit! I was saying that all the time. These tracks have spirit! But it's nice because I can wiggle my head and it doesn't come off. It was funny though because I remember thinking I need something from Metroid for my hat collection. And I was like, what I really need is a Metroid on my head. And you know, if you Google something, you know someone has already made it, right? Yeah, it would be amusing if it flew off. So I just Googled it, and guess what? Someone had already made it. So there you go. Yeah, usually someone has made it. You're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. That was hilarious. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Oh, he's gonna come back, isn't he? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. Yeah, I know, poor Gumshoe. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Miss Sky. That's okay. So have you brought what I asked? Oh, ho, 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 ho. You mean this, right? Oh my goodness. My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. There's a lot there! I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Great. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. I know. Oh, what? Now what have I brought you your stuff? You're gonna ignore me? Emma. But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... Couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... The Joe Darky... killings. The Joe Dart killings. No, Lana. That's over with. No. She fainted? Emma, wait. Oh no, she ran away. Oh, you know what? Exactly. I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Agent Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. That's what I was thinking. To be continued. I think we may take a break. A good breaking spot. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, room number 9. All right, let's play some words on stream. All right. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, Salty. Having me wear my Metroid head. All right. Oh no, that's not the end of the game. I'm sure we've got a lot more in this game. This is gonna end up being the longest game ever. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Sure. We'll play some words on stream, and I'll be right back. See you in a second. Oh, and Neil's back for words on stream. back. Know what those are.
Hard to say.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Level 6.
It really hurts that I get it so slow.
Yeah, I don't know why you're behind like that.
Y'all are taking up the internet.
Good job, everyone. Up to level 9. Here we go! Off to Neverland! There is now a fake letter.
Motherfucker.
Loan didn't work. So I would say in is fake. Load. Loady.
Well, I had to get one damn word that
That someone else didn't
type
get.
a nanosecond before I did.
I think he is fake. What did we say? He is fake? Yeah, he is fake. He is fake, Neil.
I don't care. I don't have a good guess. You really think LARP is a good guess?
No, you never know. Early. I was almost there with early. I almost had it. No, don't you mean?
No, anal is just what people guess. I'm saying fuck.
You're expressing yourself is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Level 12. He must be fake again.
Oh, well, it helps if you fucking thing selected.
Which you somehow got out of the windows? Chat was no longer selected? Oh, that's right. It's only one S.
Oh, somebody already got it. Of course.
Someone already got side. Oh, wait, it was me. All right, here we go. Surprised we only got one level on that one. Maybe I'm not. All right, here we go. Level 13.
Only 14 out of 20 words, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think it did. He hasn't found form.
What hasn't? Say it again.
The G hasn't.
The G.
Hasn't
I
done
think the
anything
G
yet.
is possibly fake. Oh, you were right.
What?
The G is fake. Still don't know what it is. Yeah, it's another E. I don't think we're doing it.
Well, at least I don't have to feel bad about that one.
That was tough. That one was I don't know what it was. Do you think it was omelet? It was omelet. Was it? I thought it was another E. It was like a third E.
There's 3 E's there.
Oh, you're right. There is 3 E's in omelet. Oh, man.
Wow, that's the worst I've done in a while.
Yeah. It was tough. Well, thanks, everybody.
Mobile delay? Shit, you should see my delay, and I'm
Yeah,
sitting next to
And
him.
he's sitting next to me. Yeah. But it's me going out to Twitch, coming back to you. So.
Great. Maybe I should try it from my phone and use AT&T and see if that works any better.
Oh, I'm sure that will not be any better. Well, thanks, everyone. Let's get back to some Phoenix Wright. And Neil's probably going to go back to playing.
I'm not even sure why I came in here that time.
Wow, 30 to 45 seconds. That is a long delay. Wow. I wonder if they have something like that the mobile is coming from a different feed or something. Crazy. All right. We're back into court. February 24th, 2012. We're back in session. Order, order, order. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Uh-oh. Well, let's look at the case file real quick before we start. Yeah. I've been loving it. It's been great. And thanks for lurking, baby blue eyes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess maybe it just depends on your connection, right? Alright. Files for the Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago. Touch the check button for details. Alright. Criminal, Joe Dark. Serial murder, death. It's funny, there look like there's a lot of pages there, but there's only 4 pages here. Alright. Victims. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Okay. Ah, okay. Trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witness, Lana and Emma Skye. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Alright. Let's continue. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh my god. Here he is. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Would you be allowed to have a flask of something and you're drinking it on the stand? And he's still drinking. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. It's water. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? See that knife? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share us with your testimony on the day of the crime. In English? Not Texan, I guess. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a secret side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. What? I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard. What? He insulted his beard? How dare he? But you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. Exactly. Order, out of order. You are out of order. Send him to the chair. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks inside the evidence room? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? It's going past. Yep, you came back just in time for Jake Marshall. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Here we go. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Alright. What the hell do you mean by bone orchard? How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just make sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. That ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado. I know lets rules get in the way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. But we have a bloody handprint that you did. There was a rubber glove stuck to the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? So much. Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Exactly. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems. Anyway, I yawned. Sorry. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? He was there. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. He was drinking on the job. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. A spaghetti western. Not even Angel's steak lunches can break the parlors. Oh my god. Beat that parlor's Mongol sepia pasta. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not at all. Desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I mean. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you want to raise? Did you not want to raise this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Or otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bull orchard. Okay. That's true. We don't take orders from anybody. It's funny that I'm wearing a Texas shirt today, too. I can't believe he was gone. I mean, I feel like I have up the ante, so let's go. Alright, well, let's present his handprint. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd, that is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Yeah, but this was on a bloody handprint that had been wiped down. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Whoa! Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. What? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. All right, here we go. Well, you see, 5 years ago. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Of course. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Oh, yeah. Or did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. How would he know that the murderer was wearing gloves? The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The fence may now cross-examine the witness. Guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Oh, I know he's hiding something. He did it. Or at least that part. Now's my chance to prove it. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never changed. He must have been using the fingerprint lock without even knowing it. What did they, oh, wait, hold on. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. Oh, Marshall's own locker, that's what they did. The print had been wiped. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Yeah, this is all coincidental. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. That's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Yeah, it's so easy for me to do this voice, too. It's so natural. Because, you know. The murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Whatever. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Right, Big Spooky. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did he know that? How do you know that? Exactly. How do you know that? I may be a loner. A rebel, Dottie. But I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. That's right, it was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer was wearing gloves. Happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Yeah, but why was that one wiped away and the other one was not? Yeah. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. What? There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trial isn't there, you can't say otherwise. All right. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? I don't think it was him. What do you mean by that? I think it was his knife. You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Yeah, it's the worst place for a camera. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, he could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do show now. It's his knife. His knife. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being one of by making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Well, let's get a better shot of the... Trying to get a good thing of the knife. There. How's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes. Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys. Oh great, now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. Oh no. Very well, let's get back to the cross-examination. I don't want to present him with anything. I guess let's look. We're gonna look at the prints again. Or let's check at the video. Okay. It's the glove. Wait, hold on. All right, let's go back. Objection! Alright, so notice that at the beginning, nothing is out of this locker right here. But when it pauses back here, there is something out. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Ah, thank you. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Whoa, that's exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. See this locker? That has a white cloth sticking out. This is the witness's locker. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Yeah, so I noticed it when I was watching it in the court record that it was different. And I was like, ah, have it. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Of course, he's wearing boots. Order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Edgeworth doesn't look like he's convinced. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. That's not my fault he happened to choose mine. No one can open it without your fingerprints, dude. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Exactly. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Okay, well, each locker is unlocked using a detective's fingerprints. Hey, fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh yeah, throwing it back at him. Uh-oh. What is he chewing on? Is he chewing on beef jerky? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! What was that? Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh, Olay, please answer the question. Why would the judge say Olay? Because he's a bull? What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. He is very impressionable. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Very well. Well then, let's hear it. Where was the Officer Marshall at the... Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Well, I think he was the killer. Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as incredible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Oh. Oh, now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... Well then, let's hear it. I mean... Good question. Cowboys and bullfighters are basically the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could save real quick. Oh, I can't save right now. I'll if I miss, I'll save. I mean, the camera is like right here, panning back and forth. I mean, he could have been here, but you would have thought he would have seen him. I really thought he was the killer. Well, there was all this junk in the corner. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. It's almost as incredible as Meekins' warp theory, so I didn't get it. I still think he was the killer. Oh, they're not going to let me look at any evidence. I just have to know. He was in a locker! And he popped out of the locker. Officer Marshall was standing right there. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I'm getting the two letters mixed up, which is what I thought. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so he's the victim, not the killer. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Okay, so I was right. I just wouldn't think about it right. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's what I thought. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. He's never seen him. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did the Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, but he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it, because it didn't match his face. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on an ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you've heard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? For me, that would be what Maya used to tell me. Look for contradictions. Nick, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think the locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open the locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. He probably stuffed the clothes in there. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps... Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video may be this video is my only shot. Alright, let's save. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Well, there's blood all over it, for one. I mean, you can't just go walking out with blood all over you. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what that reason was yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekin barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekin panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat! You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, huh, partner? Well, couldn't we just go to have him open the locker and get it out? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like, what did I do? 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here, now would we? Yeah, see, he's got a grudge. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Oh, he's gonna confess. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So, the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Large quantities of blood traces were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It looked like too much blood for that. What was in the vase? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the detective who was in charge of it can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Take it where? Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? Exactly. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite the lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Normally that locker shouldn't have opened. So it opened because a rubber glove was stuck in the door by chance. Then Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'd like to think a little more about his raise this year. How did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had turned out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? The one he gets to carry into the court? I don't know what to say. So what happened next? And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. It's premeditated. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Yeah. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Actually, you're not. You're under oath. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for those crimes. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with... Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Well, so... Bruce was the head investigator, and Jake and Angel were the other investigators. The executive investigators were Damon and Lana. Which, Lana was a witness, so it's totally like a conflict of interest, by the way. I guess I'll present him with the, well, I guess I gotta save. Yeah. I mean, at least it brings you right back to here, so that's not too bad. I just have to remember to do it. Alright, so let's present him with the file case. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Oh, I didn't look at the... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah, Neil Marshall. Hey. So I didn't catch that. Neil Marshall. Another conflict of interest. Imagine that. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relationship to you? He was my brother. Also liked hats. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, chief detective at the time. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. Oh my goodness. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance, it got to be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murders at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been uncovered. No contradictions remain. The murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. There were no errors in the testimony of the witness, Angel Star. If you have a response, make it one word or less. Objection! I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. Hey! Welcome, everybody! Howdy, howdy, howdy. We are playing some Phoenix Wright. How's it going, Raiders? You were playing Rogue Tower. Hey! Hold it! I do have a Metroid on my head. It's slowly sucking my brains out as we go through all of this jurisprudence action. You know, the pen is mightier than the sword. This has been a crazy game. If y'all have never played Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, it is actually quite fun. It's basically a choose your own adventure game, but it's much more than that. I feel like I've been reading a novel. It's so long. I've been playing it for almost 40 hours. That's how long it has been. Well, although we're on like the 4th or 5th case, so it's been pretty good. But thanks everyone. Thanks for the raid. For those of you who don't know, I'm Jay Fries. I'm a variety retro streamer, so I like to play games on original hardware like the PlayStation. We have a PlayStation, a Wii U, a GameCube. There's Game Boy Player in there. After this game, I'm gonna be playing Castlevania Chronicles on the PlayStation, and then I'm gonna play my second Pokemon game. I'm gonna play Pokemon Gold. I had never played a Pokemon game until recently. What? A back-to-back raid? Hey, Green Bear! Howdy! Howdy, partner. Art Alive? I have no idea what that is. Howdy, partner. Well, you don't know that reference because we've been playing Phoenix Wright, and there's a character in there that's just like that. Thanks so much for the raid, Green Bear. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I don't think I've ever had it. Well, I don't know if I've ever had a back-to-back raid like that. That's great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Hekvetica and the Green Bear. Rubber pencil. All right. So we're trying to grasp at straws here. I have a feeling you're about to hear an objection. So the apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. Objection! But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. All right, here we go. Hold it! Emma! Your Honor, wait! The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, yeah, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Okay, here we go. Yeah, her glasses are awesome. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in the file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, that Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Okay. Huh. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Okay, then why did you hold it? Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? Here, let me save real quick. It appears the defense is troubled by the blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more of use, but still. If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer the question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Well, it was with a glove. Could there be something I'm missing? You have to object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Oh no. Okay, it's a right hand. Okay. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that went drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Okay. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Alright, hold on. We're saving again. I'm down to 1 life, so if I make a mistake, we have to start over. So that's why I keep saving. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Oh my god. Look at that. We're gonna look at the... So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's check this again. Okay. Which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Cigar pieced back together from the fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. It's not that. I mean, my only guess is the security video, but I don't know what in the security video. Glove. That's not it. I mean, this was allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder. I mean, we don't have Blue Badger isn't on there. Sure, pass. Since you generally don't remember And it's either Blue Badger. Yeah, you think it's Blue Badger? All right, well, let's do it. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force? Defender of truth, guardian of proof? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Gasp. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does this mean? That came later. Someone had planted it later. It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on the locker? Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Yep. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. But wouldn't we see it on the videotape? Let's go back to the videotape. Oh no, we can't see it. His head's in the way. Yeah, his head's in the way. We can't see the fingerprint. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape, it had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refute you. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you report really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To surmise, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was disguised as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did the first incident occur? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. Only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Hold on. Save. What shows when the first crime took place? Oh my god. Well, so there's also blood on this. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. And there's blood on it too. I mean, that's really kind of all I have. Alright, let's go for it. Ah, that wasn't it. Yeah. Oh well. Boo. Well, I was glad I saved. Grumble, 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 grumble. So, what happened at 420 from ID 7777? Well, that's the only thing I can think of. All right, let's do it. Let's go for it. Nope, not it either. In order to do so, an ID card is required. Oh, maybe this is it. Usually the music cuts out. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... about 4:50. Let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never figured you had the nerve, boy. Put off the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at this chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Officer Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look at this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such an authority if an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Oh, whatever. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Woo! Go, Edgeworth, go. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yeah? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. No, it's what's his name? The chief of police. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I meant to ask. I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oops. She didn't have to take the stand. Do you need the witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lada! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if involved forging evidence. Uh-oh. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. All right. Well, this is where we're going to stop. Oh, man. Good place to stop. All right. Save. Thank you everybody for being here. That was fun. I've been really enjoying this game. A lot of reading, but it's a lot of fun too. So I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, with afternoon streams on the weekends at 3 p.m. Eastern. Should be okay. We probably start around 3:30 tomorrow. But if you want to stay up, I have an announcements channel, and usually on the weekends my afternoon streams are kind of random when they start. But if you go into the Discord, I usually tell people when I'm starting. Oh, is there? I don't know. I don't have it set so it plays random commercials. So that's kind of weird. It shouldn't play random commercials. I have it set so only I trigger commercials, but I don't. Who knows? I think Twitch is doing stuff. It'll have to wait for a word from our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Wait. But you're also a subscriber, Senior Poyo. I don't get it. Why would you have gotten a commercial? Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. Thank you, especially all these people over here, for being subscribers. They get ad-free viewing, I thought. And they get all of these emotes, and they get my appreciation. Look, there's your name. It's right there. Thank y'all so much for being subscribers. Oh, okay. The trial has to wait. Okay. It's so weird. Yeah, I mean, this is just a crazy trial. I mean, I guess it's meant to be sensational, right? So, anyway. All right, let's see who is out there that we could raid and pass y'all on to. I could actually type. All right. See who's out there that I am following. Let's see. I am thinking that we will go over to let's go to Twinkle's Gumdrops. We haven't rated him in a while. He's playing Cooking Simulator, which looks awesome. Whoops, I didn't get a copy of his name. Hold on. All right, here we go. All right, thanks everyone for being here. Oh no! Well, come on in. Thanks for the raid, Rusafer. Thank you. There it goes. We were just. I'm sorry. We're ending the stream. I'm sorry, but thanks for the follow. I have a Metroid on my head. You just missed Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, but it is not over. I will be back tomorrow afternoon. But thanks, Rue. Thank you for the raid. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon at around 3, probably 3:30 p.m. Eastern for more Phoenix Wright, and we're gonna go and check out Twinkle's Gumdrops real quick. And I'm sorry you raided right at the end, but thanks for the follow. And thanks everyone for coming in. All right. Have a great night. We're about to run out on our raid timer, so have a good one.